Okay, if you'd like to look again, next pass we have a different set of coordinates based on the onboard T-57. These are echo decimal 3 and 4 decimal 8. I say again, echo decimal 3, 4 decimal 8. Same chart, over. Latitude plus 0.523. Longitude divided by 2, 11.710. Over. Roger that. There we go. Roger, that's clear. You're not too loud clear, but I think it's the same fellow. Can you read both? Loud and clear. You're really coming in beautifully, over. Okay, strong, steady. And plus 1 CPA. And go. Alright, set preview. And switch it. Roger, now LOS and ALS times for you this pass with misset. LOS 109er plus 21 plus 12. ALS coming around the corner 1100735. Over. Roger that. Okay, if you'd like to look again, next pass we have a different set of coordinates based on the onboard T-57. These are echo decimal 3 and 4 decimal 8. I say again, echo decimal 3, 4 decimal 8. Same chart, over. Roger. Latitude plus 0.523. Longitude divided by 2, 1.
Yo, how's it going? How's it going, guys? Welcome to some more Descent Horizon. I just streamed a little bit last night, a couple hours, but had some time today. I figured let me hop on and do a little bit more streaming, hang out a little bit more. Oh man, yesterday I was working on this system for tracking or helping to track the lander position, or like rather helping to show how quickly the lander is moving relative to the world, since when you're up in the sky you can't really tell necessarily unless you're paying attention to the stars. And the more I started implementing it, the more I started realizing that I didn't really need it. It just felt like visual clutter, so I got rid of it. Like 3 hours and then some change, like maybe honestly in total probably like 5 hours worth of work that I just threw out, but it is what it is, right? A little bit of an experiment there. One sec. Let me turn off my notifications so we don't get noise. All right. Today I am working on some of the UI stuff in the game. Show what I've been doing. I've been just going through and trying to make the UI more reactive. And I went and I changed the background color property of the UI stuff to be more reactive, and I just ran into an issue that I'm working through right now. But basically, when you click on one of these options, the background color was not staying green. Now it is. So I just fixed that a few minutes ago. But what the other thing that should happen is like if I hover another one of these items, this one should stay green, and then this one should have like a border around it flickering. That currently doesn't happen. The reason is that the style stuff is relying on like the elapsed time, or like time that's passed since the game started running, but that currently isn't hooked into the signal system that I'm using in the rest of the UI. So I have to find a good way of doing that, because like right here we have the menu list option, right? And this is controlling the actual background color of it. And you can see here, like we get the menu controller, and then we check, hey, is this item highlighted? Just by checking, is the current option the one that's highlighted? Highlighted being like, you know, moused over. And then is selected is, hey, like, is the selected option the one that's current? And we just get current selected option, and then that, let me turn, I got other stuff running, other notifications. Those aren't fun. Okay. Yeah, so we got current selected option, and that defaults to -1 if nothing is selected. What's interesting to me is like this is stored on a menu controller, and the menu controller is stored on another element, I believe. I have to double check that. So I would not expect the selected state to change when I hover, but it looks like it is changing. So that makes me wonder if the selected state is ever actually getting triggered, or if it's just based off of, if it's just showing it based off the highlighted state, but then the blipping effect isn't running. That's probably what's happening. So the get elapsed time here, it just gets the current tick, right? And the current tick is just, oh, it's a pulse signal. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so this should be listening. This should have, oh, I see. I see. If the if we ever get here first, like if an item is selected before it ever becomes not selected, or like once an item becomes selected, we won't run this code anymore, and we'll never subscribe to the like elapsed time thing. Meaning we'll stop getting updates for the background color. That's interesting though, because the menu controller will still change. And we always subscribe to the menu controller because we always get we check if it's highlighted or is selected. It's interesting. So if we have an item that's selected, we'll just return this, and that's correct. And the only time we ever want to get here is if it's selected state changes. Yeah, if it's selected state changes. So I wonder why. I wonder why that color is not flickering. Oh, it's supposed to, because it should be flashing green. In that menu. Like, it's interesting. Like that. You see how it's flickering right now? That shows that it's actually, the background color is listening to the elapsed time thing. Look, see, like, oh, so I guess the highlighted state is the one that flickers. Yeah. But then if I select this, why would me selecting this disable the highlighted state entirely? It's interesting. I have to take a look. So if is selected, then I just return that. Now this gets added for every individual menu list option though. And the others will not be selected, but they might be highlighted, right? So if they become highlighted, I would expect that it'll skip is selected because they won't be selected. And then it'll come down here and it'll say, hey, is there an option that's selected? If yes, if no, sorry, if there's no option that's selected, oh, that's why. Because if there's no option that's selected and this item is highlighted, then I'll like intermittently flash it green. Otherwise, the background's going to be black. That's correct, according to what we have. What I'm interested in, though, is why the border color here, then, isn't flickering. Because I'm pretty sure if an item is not selected and it's highlighted, then it should be flickering. And border color is not flickering. Why is that? Why would border color not flicker? Elapsed time is it's a signal. Can I say fuck right here? Go for it, dude. Say it as many times as you want. We're all big boys and girls here. Welcome to the chat, by the way, Duke. It's good to see you, man. How's your day going? Okay. So it's the border color property that's seemingly not being recalculated, I guess. Let me see, how does border color get used? So we'll get it when we render border. And that's an optional, okay. That happens when we call render element, which makes sense. Get border color. Okay. If we don't have a border color, we will churn. Otherwise, we'll get the border thicknesses and queue all the draw calls. That seems right to me. Is it... Can't be that the menu controller highlighted option is not getting updated, right? Highlighted option. Current highlighted option. Where do I set the current highlighted option? If I navigate, I set the current highlighted option. Is that the only place? On option highlight. I think that's like a visual one. What I'm curious about, actually, I have a on option highlight, I have this sound that plays. So I should hear a sound. If I unmute the game. Oh jeez, that can be loud. Let me mute that real quick so I can put the volume down. Okay. I apologize for your ears. Okay, I hear the sound. The highlighting is working. What's interesting is like the background color is changing, and I would not expect the background color to be changing here for these. Like, where was that? There was here, background color. This option is not selected. So is selected is going to be false. Right? Is selected as false. Yeah. Is selected is going to be false. And then we'll get here. The selected option is not going to be empty, or at least it shouldn't be empty. And it's not highlighted. So I would expect us to be returning this. For some reason, we're returning a green color here. Why is that? Time for some logs. So background color. Recalculating PG color. And then I'll dump out some those variables. It's highlighted. Is selected. Oopsies. Is selected. Okay. Yeah. And that'll give us some idea of why that. Because if I don't even see like if I don't even see this being outputted, that means that the background color recalculation isn't running when it should be. That'll be kind of surprising, but we'll see. Let me turn off the audio. I don't need that anymore. Okay, recalculating background color. I mean, that's correct. It should be flickering. And then now as soon as I clicked it, it stopped recalculating, which I guess that's correct for now. But when I hover this one, okay, I hover this one and you guys can't see the terminal. I'm looking at the terminal at the same time on my other screen. But basically, as soon as I hovered this, it recalculated one time. Is highlighted was false, and okay. So look at this. As soon as I hovered it, I got a couple outputs here. So background color, the highlighted was false. Okay. And is selected was false. Probably, honestly, I should have outputted what the selected option was. That would have been useful to know, because if that's empty, then it would go into this flow. Yeah, I think that might be what's happening. Is the selected options empty for a few seconds. It goes in here, and then by the time no. I was thinking like by the time, okay, because like we still subscribe to this get elapsed time update. So as the time passes, it'll cause the background color to recalculate. But once we get over here and we return this, if the selected option becomes this empty string, or it does not become an empty string, we never even check the elapsed time anymore, which means we won't subscribe to it anymore. And then if we don't subscribe to it anymore, then when we get here, well, the problem is I would expect, okay, like if this errors out, or like not errors out, but if this returns false, then I would expect us to get down here, right? Where we're just returning SDL color black with like no alpha. That's not what seems to be happening. It seems like it's getting here and then it never recalculates. Let me see. I'm going to output the selected option. Get selected option. Build that. See what happens. Okay. Let's see. It would probably be useful to have terminal show up somewhere for you guys when I'm doing this. So I hit options, I hover, new game is the selected. Oh, it's actually changing the selected option on hover. Like when I hovered new game became the selected option. That's weird. It's not supposed to do that. Because that's not selected, it's just highlighted. Hmm. Is that really how that works though? This is my assumption. I'm coming back into this after a while. Main menu. Menu screen? No. No. Main menu. Scene? Is that where all this stuff lives? Main menu, main screen. Yeah, I think that's where it is. On hover enter, I call on option highlight, right? And then on option highlight, it plays the sound. And then it'll look through the options. And then it'll set the current option to the correct index, to the one that's been highlighted. So how are we changing the selected option when this happens? How is that happening? Because I'm not like triggering that as far as I know. The only place where that should be happening is on left click, select highlighted option. Select highlighted option on left click. And then over here, I also do select highlighted menu option. Where does this get called? Select menu option. Publish. Yeah, that would have to be here. One of these. If I press space or if I press enter. So I don't think that's it. I mean, what I could do is output. You can see out here. Try that. Try that again. Me, I'm more of a Java guy. You know, I like my code, how I like my women objectified. Yikes. Nah. No, sir. Let's see. Okay, click this. Yeah, there's no... I'm not seeing any output saying that it was triggered from the KB input. So that's good. But then how? Like, what is changing it? Highlighted. You know what? Oh, I think I know what it is. I do highlighted option. No, I don't. Never mind. Right here. Okay. When I reassign, when I do current selected option equals current highlighted option, I equate that to the other signal. And what's happening here is when I do that equation, I actually copy, like, it sets the signal, this signal equal to that signal, and then they become the same signal. That's the problem. I think what I want to do is that the, do I need to peek it? That'll give me the actual reference to the value. Is that what I want to do? Let me see. There's I think I might have made like a special operator for copy by value or something in here. I did a get, I did a pointer, a peek. Do I not have an operator for? Yeah, I have the equality. And that takes in the new value. It calls set. Yeah. Node set. Yeah, so when I set one signal equal to another signal, I should just be getting the value. Unless I'm misreading this. Let me see. Operator equals. I call set. Take in a generic t, which is going to be the new value. Oh, but since it's a generic t, the problem is it can take in another signal. And it won't necessarily know that I'm trying to grab the inner value out. Yeah, okay. But I think I left it like this on purpose in case I ever wanted to like chain together two signals. Yeah. Okay, I think the peak here actually should be what I want. We'll see. Just get rid of that message. It's not nice. Don't like that. Okay. So I select it. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Just doing the peak there is what I wanted. Now when I highlight, then the highlight still continues to work as expected. Yeah. Cool. That fixes it. Okay. Let me get rid of all these logs. Recalculating. BG color. Rebuild that. Get it nice and clean. Did I have any other logs anywhere? I don't think so. I think I got I think I rid of the other one. That was the only place that I saw the background behaving weird after updating it to be more reactive, so I think I'm good to move on to the next property. Yeah. Okay. That looks good. Yeah, background color here is changing properly. Cool. We're good. This one. Oh, this one's background color is not changing for that toggle thing. Because that's supposed to turn white when you grab it. Let me see. Where would that code be? That's like the slider knob. Yeah, background color. Meta, slider controller meta. Okay, let me open up slider controller meta in here. Slider controller meta. What? Slider option. Okay, it's in here. All right. So the value is a signal, but is focused should be a signal too. And then when we have it like that, anything that checks if it's focused will get updated. Let's just see if that does what we want. Yesterday I was running a build and the like my build config wasn't that good, and I like stress tested my computer basically live, and the whole stream went to like a crawl. I think I was getting like 1 frame on the stream every 5 seconds or something like that. So that wasn't fun. Okay. Let's see. There we go. Oh, but now once I let it go, it's not turning back to being green. So it became highlighted, and then the highlight state never left. Let's see. If meta config disabled. Slider option config, where's that? This is a function though. So I have this function will run to determine if it's disabled or not, if the state is disabled. That's fine. If element is hovered. The hover state on an element I don't think is a signal. Yeah. So right now I can't even react really to an element being hovered. What I need to do is in the pointer region, I think I need to make that a signal in this, yeah. False signal. Yeah. No. No, that's not what I want. Oopsies. I need to actually go in the pointer region itself. Change that. Is hovered. Is disabled. I guess these should all be signals, huh? Yeah. Well, at least the is disabled flag and the is hovered flag. Let me import pulse. Should be good. Yeah, and then I don't think I care about the pointer region X, Y, width, and height because I can change that. Or at least I can get that from the UI element. I am genuinely confused at this chat right now. Who is Nightbot responding to? Who are you talking to, Nightbot? Okay. Nobody? Nightbot's just talking to nobody? Alright. Get rid of that. Okay. So yeah, I think it's just these two that need to be converted to reactive values. And then if I ever get the pointer region disabled or hovered, then if I ever get the pointer region disabled or hovered, I will actually treat that as a trigger for the background color. Where was that again? Slider knob? Yeah, that was slider knob. My Clang is shitting itself right now because I changed pointer region stuff, and that is like has wide-reaching implications throughout the entire system. Okay. Cool. All right. Looks like my Clang is no longer shitting itself. I'm gonna go and build. This build might actually take a little while because since I changed the pointer region stuff, the pointer region is used by UI elements, and then the UI elements are used in like 15,000 places. It's basically like the entire UI. So that build might take a few minutes, but hopefully it won't break up my computer like it did yesterday, because that was insane. I DDoSed myself. Seems fine so far. Should be good. Let me just see while I'm here, while that's building. Get the parent metadata. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything else while I'm here. So if the element's hovered and meta is focused, so like the metadata for the slider, and that is a signal as well. So if the hover state changes or if the focus state changes, background color will change. So that's good. Otherwise, we just return the current theme. I think that's it. I think that'll just I think that'll set the background color back to the right place. Cool. Then the next thing, I'll have to double check and see if there's any other spots where the background color is being weird. But if not, then I'll be able to move on to the next UI property. Let me see, scroll bar. Does scroll bar have something like that? Scroll bar background color is always the same. Yeah, border color. Let me just check background color across the board in this file at least. So I think this is probably the place where I do the most dynamic background color stuff. So we've got, let me just actually start at the top. Background color, okay, 90. If it's highlighted, we handled that. That's the menu list option. We already figured that one out. Theme manager, get current theme background. Should be fine. Background color of the mute button. If the element is hovered, the background color should change. I think that actually wasn't working, and now it should be. Background color for the option section title, that's static, that's static. If it's static, why do I have a function here? Oh, because the theme can change. I need to make sure that the current theme is that I have like a reactive signal when the theme changes. Okay, then slider bar. Slider bar, what is that for? Oh, that's the actual bar. Okay, and that should change if the disabled state changes of the slider. You see, I'm a little worried about that because disabled is just a function right now. But what I could probably do is change it to be a computed bool. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Like if I do pulse computed disabled, and then I just initialize it with that. But then whenever I reassign it, yes, I do mean Singularity. Do mean Singularity pulse. Okay. No template computed. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, so that'll start off with that, and then disabled will get passed in. Let me see. Let me try to find where I'm doing disabled, so that disabled equals. I think I should only have like one place. That's here. Yeah. And then this is just a regular lambda. When I reassign a computed, it should take in a new function. That should be fine. So what's the issue? Is it because I don't specify the return type? No, it's not that. Oh, because I'm, okay. Because that's just the default, but I need to actually pass in computed. Yeah. Yeah, I think I need to just initialize it here with that. Singularity pulse computed. Yeah, and then vsync enabled. That's a signal though. Yeah, that's fine. So this computed will rely on the signal. That's fine. Okay. Let's see. Build that again. Oh, and we blew up. Why did we blow up? It's because I try to get the disabled value inside of slider option controller. Slider option controller, line 47. Meta config disabled. Yeah. Ooh. I think I should just be able to disable, just like use it like that. Yeah. Now that it's a computed. Don't need to call the function. I just gave it the function that it needs to update. Yeah, I think that's what we need. Sometimes I actually like the ergonomics that I put in place for these things. Okay, and the main menu style sheet looks like it's getting disabled state. Main menu style sheet. There we go, disabled. Remove that. Did we do that anywhere else? Disabled. Okay, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, that's all the disableds in there. Let's build that again. Okay, looks like the build finished. We can go ahead and run that. Bum, bum, bum. Options. Okay, cool. So that works. That works. Yeah. The highlight state works. If I enable VSync, it disables that. Beautiful. Okay. And then the highlight state for the mute works. Unmute, mute. Okay. Perfect. All right. Nice and reactive. Look at that. Look at that. All right. Let me actually see. Oh, psych fault. I think I know why. I actually have seen that psych fault before. If I click on options and then I click on continue, it's psych fault, so I have to look into it still. But just going directly into the game should work fine. Okay, so all the background colors here look fine to me so far. Nothing looks crazy. I've already kind of checked it once. I'm gonna give myself cheats so that I can physically not die. And I'm gonna land kind of near the fabrication area because I want to give this like a full test. Okay. Landed and exit. Pop open the inventory, background of the inventory, and the lander stuff looks good. Okay, that part of the page looks good. This all looks good. If I hover here, backgrounds look fine. Okay. Can leave out of that, no problem. Oh, let me see. Might get a seg fault here. Okay, no. Sometimes I get a seg fault where when I re-enter the lander, just get a seg fault that I also haven't looked into. I'm trying to get like as much of the reactification of this done, and then I'll focus on the seg faults after. Just giving myself some items so I don't have to go and try to find them. Grab those. All these background colors look correct as well, so that's good. And I'm going to bring this into the fabricator. I like big guns and I cannot lie. Okay. Cool. What kind of guns do you like, dude? Alright. So fab select 0 to select that thing that we just picked up, that blueprint. This looks good. This looks good. Place one of those down. That looks good. That looks good. Okay. And then I can fab begin to start the fabrication. Everything looks fine so far. That's good. We're doing good. Doing all right. Ah. Normally I'd be playing, like, you'd have like mini games here during the fabrication process. So I haven't implemented those yet. So we're just gonna stare at the percentage and watch it go up. All right, cool. So all that looks good. This looks good. Can I? Okay, I can put that back. Interesting. All right. I think the background color stuff is good to go. I don't think that there's anything else, any other UI state that needs to be tested. So that's good. Cool. So we can move on. Okay, let's see. What else do I have? I have UI style. Find the next style property. Reactive UI style. So I just did background color. I guess background sprite's a good next one, huh? That's optional. So optional reactive value. And that's going to be a sprite frame. Background sprite. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then I have to go into the actual bind function. Reactive UI style bind. And basically just do another one of these if statements. Maybe I should just... No. I could probably do a macro to do like maybe define or something, because like I don't want to have a bunch of if statements, but it doesn't really save me anything. It'll save me like 2 lines of code per. So if a background sprite's been defined, we'll do reactive style background sprite. It's going to be a reactive value, and it'll be a sprite frame. Sprite frame. I think I have to import that. Yeah. Bind style property. Background sprite. L. And then I need to provide a fallback sprite frame. What? In this case, I don't need a fallback sprite frame because it's always gonna be there. Let me see. What does sprite frame look like? Sprite frame. I can just give an empty one, to be honest. For now. Just give an empty sprite frame with nothing in it. That should be fine. And I don't think I actually even, maybe I do swap background sprites somewhere. Let me see. Background sprite. I render the background sprite, but do I ever change it? Background sprite. Where does this get used? Okay, no, that's something else entirely. Okay. I guess what I can do is I can just check in the UI style and see where get background sprite is called. So in that one spot, and then in the actual UI element when I'm going to render the background sprite. So UI element, Yeah. And then there's the render background sprite function. And instead of styles, I need to just use reactive styles, background sprite. Yeah, and then that'll be an optional, and I already check. So that can stay as is. Yeah. Okay. Now I need to do dot back. I need to check if I have background sprite getting set anywhere. So background sprite is equal to something. And then stroller go splash scene. I set background sprite to be, and yeah, I go through the sprite sheet here. So I'll load a sprite sheet, and then if the audio is muted, that's settings manager. I might have to take a look at that. Because I think I have a settings, where was it? Settings UI model? Yeah, I have a settings UI model that should be reading from instead. And then that has audio mute all on it. So what I should be doing is how did I do that again? Where I get or load UI model. No, it was UI model bridge. I know that UI model bridge, and then I was calling get or create. That's what it was. I need to make sure that in the stroller goat splash scene I actually do this. Make sure the UI models get synced. Stroller goat splash scene. Yeah. Okay. This is just the scene though. I just used it directly in the scene. I have an on enter for the scene. I have a render. I can do it on scene update. Void update. Throw that in there. And then I need to actually get the settings UI model loading in here. And then I need to pull in UI model bridge. Cool. And that'll just synchronize the UI model state. And then when I get the settings UI model, just getting that somewhere. Settings UI model. Okay, I'll just get or create it. That works. I'll get or create it. Up here, yeah. Get the settings UI model. And then here, instead of settings manager, I need to get settings UI model. So settings UI model dot is, or was it audio mute all? Yeah. Yeah. In theory, that should work for that spot. We can test this actually. And it should change. Like as I click on the mute and unmute button, it should actually change the texture. And if it does, then we're good. But if it doesn't, then I might have missed something in the wiring. But I don't think so. I think that should be everything for the sprite, the background sprite. Now, the background sprite might have broken in other places, though. But at least for the splash screen, I think it'll work. Hi, Scrup. How's it doing? How's it doing? As you can tell, I'm very talented at speaking. Thanks so much for the follow, man. I appreciate it. How's your day going? Oh, man. I'm gonna start saying that to people. How's it doing? It's good. Good, good. I'm glad, man. I'm glad to hear that. Curious, how'd you find the stream? Were you just browsing through Twitch and come upon me? Or, well, come upon me. Nice. Or did you find it some other way? Invalid operands. Oh, because like there's I compare new value with old value, and sprite frame does not have a equality operator. Sprite frame, just override the equality operator. Operator equals. Let me just look up how I do it in other places. I think I do it in Signal. I always forget. Yeah, there we go. Bool operator equals sprite frame other, and then return texture I don't think I can compare source rects. I don't think source rects have a, or like rectangles has a comparison. I'll have to check. If it doesn't, I'll just add it. Oh, texture also doesn't have. Woke up now, saw you doing stream on Discord. Oh, okay. Alright, cool. It's good to see you, man. I don't recognize your name. You might have a different name on Discord, but that's awesome, man. Welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Okay. Texture equals other.texture. Right, yeah, I need to go define an equality operator for texture. Honestly, that can just be based off the IDs. If it's the same texture ID, yeah. Just copy this. Go into texture, operator, texture, turn ID equals other.id. Cool. So now we can compare textures, see if it's the same one. That should no longer cry to me. Clang is going to take a little while though, because it has to go and recompile the sources to give me the updated type hints. Okay, that's cool. So those type hints are updated. And now I have to go actually update rectangle primitive data type. Same thing. It's actually a really easy comparison one. Like it's literally just, hey, are all the dimensions the same? If they are, then that's the same rectangle. Let's just add that in here. What I do have though is at least for rectangle. Did I have it for? Nah. Okay. For rectangle, I think I do have a CPP file though. Rectangle.cpp. Yeah, there we go. And then I can define that in there. Not that this will ever change, but it's good practice. Separate things out when we can. Rectangle. Okay. Now that's just if this width is equal to other width, and if this height is equal to other height, and this x is equal to other x, and this y is equal to other y. Yeah, yeah, cool. Okay. So, and then, okay, that by cascading fixes this operator. And then now we can compare sprite frames, and when we rebuild, we'll actually have the correct, correct behavior. We won't have this bombing out anymore, where we have invalid operands, because we just taught it how to compare. Ah. I'm waiting for my Clang daemon to finish. It's getting a little choppy, isn't it? I need to figure out a way of limiting my NeoVim's Clang usage while I'm on stream so we don't get like choppiness. Okay, Clang finished. And now I can actually go ahead and build my changes. But for such a like widespread change, like everything uses rectangle and everything uses texture, the header fan out on that is going to be pretty wide. But at least judging based off of that Clang daemon stuff, it actually didn't run for that long, surprisingly. So that's nice. This might actually not take forever to rebuild. Meanwhile, I will go and move back. Yeah, we had sync UI models. Where were we? Yeah, okay. We were just checking the muted state. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So I think now this should work. Now that we can compare the sprite frames, we'll be able to use them as signals. Should work fine. Boop-a-doo. Slow build. Okay. It's okay. We'll get there. It'll chug along. I wanted to make hard sci-fi games, but due to my lack of skill, I can't even start, but you're doing so well. Oh, dude, first of all, thank you. I appreciate that. Second of all, when you say lack of skill, what does that mean exactly? Because I think you'd be surprised how little skill you actually need to get started. Like, if you know how to write a little bit of code and can, like, manipulate numbers, you can implement like a physics system, and you don't even need a physics system for sci-fi games. You could do like a sci-fi game that's like top down or something. So I wouldn't let that get you down or hold you back. Do you have any programming experience? Because that's probably like the first thing I would look into is try to pick up some programming experience if you don't. But honestly, even within like a few weeks, you can get to the point where you can start doing stuff. There's like a steep like beginning part of the curve to learning how to code. But if you can stick through that, it's not bad. Everything starts to make sense and click after a while. Let's see. srun. Okay, background sprite. Okay, it's swapping out here, so that's correct. Cool. It's not swapping here. I'll have to take a look at that. But we did only update the splash screen, so that actually might be expected here. I'll take another look over in the main menu behavior. But okay, but this is good now though. The splash screen. So let's see, main menu. I feel like it's honestly just it's gonna be in the main menu style sheet. Volume. Let's see, volume. Mute button. Is it mute button? Mute button. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's the same problem. I was just getting settings manager instead of getting the actual thing. Nah, that's why I can't start that. I need more code skill. I see. Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, if you need to pick up the code, I mean, the way that I look at it is you should just start, like, go and start writing code. Spend a few weeks because the time is gonna pass regardless, you know. Whether you start now or you start in a year or you start in 2 years, you might as well start now because in 2 years, well, 2 years are gonna have passed and you will have had 2 years more experience, you know. But if you put in the time, I think if you put in like honestly like an hour a day consistently for like 3 months, you'll be surprised how far you can get. It doesn't take that much. Wow, I love that UI style. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Trying to keep it like nice and retro looking, you know. Just use Claude, dude. Yeah, you could use Claude. Then you can't say you made it though. Then Claude made it. And if your goal is to make a game, you know, do you want to make a game or do you want Claude to make a game for you? It's two different things. Two very different things. Volume sprite sheet. Yeah, okay. I just need to get the settings UI model like I did before. Do I have that already in here somewhere? Let me just grab it from here. Got the settings UI model. UI model bridge needs to be imported as well. And then here, we'll just do settings UI model dot audio mute all. And we're good to go. You can go ahead and build that. Okay, I should try harder. Yeah. You don't have to try too hard. Honestly, you don't have to try too hard. Like, it's more about consistency than it is about like skill. It's like being an artist, right? A lot of people assume like, okay, like wow, someone's making beautiful art. They might be like they must be naturally skilled at it. And like there are some people that are like that. But like the vast majority of artists who you see that are good are just people who spent a lot of time doing the art and maybe they sucked at first and then they got better and better. It's like compounding interest, you know? You put more time into it and like the skill will grow. And I think like that's how programming is. You just need to put the time in and you'll get good. But I think use AI, need base info about coding, so it still needs something. You can get by using AI without knowing how to code. And you'll get some results, you know, you'll iterate a lot and your code might be horrendous the way that it gets produced by an LLM. But you can kind of corral it and get it to do what you want more or less. It just won't like you'll end up like fixing one thing, breaking another, and it won't be very satisfying to work with. The more you know how to code, the more you can like guide the AI into doing what you want. But like even myself, right? Like I've been in the industry for like 10 years now. And when I work with LLMs, my problem that I notice a lot is that the LLM just produces like terrible overguarded code, and it produces like 2 or 3 times the amount of code that I then is necessary to actually build the thing that needs to be built. Um, like something that should be you can probably do in like 100 lines of code, it will generate 300 lines of code to do the same thing with like almost no added benefit. Sometimes it'll have like extra guard clauses, or almost always it'll have extra guard clauses and stuff like that for things that will never happen. Um, and you just it, and then the way it structures the code makes it way harder to reason about than it needs to be. Um, so it can be useful, but I still think it's like better to just learn how to code and build shit yourself, you know? It's very rewarding. Okay, cool. Um, Now that background sprite is loading correctly and swapping correctly, I have a feeling that the what's it called? The inventory system sprites might look weird because that uses the background sprite system, and I don't know if they get regenerated or like if they rely on getting recalculated, I guess. Have you tried prompting harder? I have. I've tried prompting pretty hard. Tried it. Oh, I'm gonna die here. Or not. Just broke off the legs. Let me actually just make it so that I can't die. Because I'm just trying to test this. Um, Prompting harder. Yeah, like I don't think there's any level of like getting good with prompting. I think it's like there you can guide it, right? But at the end of the day, it's just like a text prediction model, you know? It's oversimplification, but that's what it is. And it ends up, sorry, I'm trying to like fly and talk at the same time. It doesn't do I don't feel like providing more context often actually improves the quality. Like sometimes if you set up a bunch of like product rules and stuff like that and like write out all the instructions exactly how you want it to work down to the T, then yeah, you'll get better results. But like at that point, you're really not that far off from like writing the code. If you're getting down to that level of granularity where you're like building like a very well defined spec, um, the amount of time you're spending doing that versus like actually writing that code, you like won't really be that different. Um, and even then you won't have that very good results. Um, so yeah. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, of course, man. Anytime. I love giving I love giving solicited advice, but I'll give unsolicited advice too. Okay. These are broken. That looks good. These look correct. Cool. Um, that's a seg fault. Okay. I saw that inventory on Instagram account. Oh yeah. Yeah, I posted a reel about it. I'm pretty happy with how it came out. It was kind of complicated to implement, surprisingly. Like you don't really think about like grid system inventories. They seem like really simple, right? Like I have a bunch of boxes and I just need to be able to put stuff in the boxes, but like to be able to like rearrange stuff properly and have each item take up a different amount of space, different amount of rows and columns. Um, and then even just like when I pick something up and then I like escape out of the inventory, right? Like let's say I pick something up in my inventory, I'm trying to transfer it somewhere else from one container to another, for example. Like that item is like almost like staged for removal, but it hasn't actually been removed, so I can't actually delete it from the inventory. So I almost have to do like um if you ever use like version control in Git, um I stage the item for removal, and then I only commit the removal once it's been clicked into the other inventory. And because otherwise, if like you pick up an item and I remove it as soon as you pick it up, and then you like escape out of it, or like you walk too far away from the container or whatever, um, then the item disappears, you know? May not die here. Okay. I need to give myself, I want to give myself some items so that I can try to use them. Give 1, 3, give 4, 3. Okay. Exit the lander. All right, these look correct. If I move this over here, that looks correct. All right, that's good. Cool. All right, I'll move that over there. Move that over there. That looks good. Open up this. Pick that up. Working fine. Okay. And then now, actually, let me go grab this blueprint. List my blueprints out. I'll select the first one. Craft 1. Okay. Boom. All right, that looks good. That begin. Yes, I just want to craft the 1. All right. And then we wait. Yeah. I need to get the fabricator mini games implemented because it's so boring just standing here and waiting, you know, waiting for the fabricator to finish. Okay, these look good. This looks good. And yeah, cool. That all looks good. I think that seems to me like the background sprite stuff seems to work well. That's cool. Okay. Good to know that the background color for that works as well. Okay. Cool. We're good. We're good on that. We can move on to the next property. What I'm actually going to do real quick is I'm going to commit this because I do have some changes here. Quite a few changes. Don't want to lose them. What did I change? What did I add? Reactive UI style HPP. I changed how z-index works. I added background color and I added background sprite. Add reactivity to background color and background sprite style properties. Okay. Good to go there. Now, what's the next property? UI style HPP background sprite tint. This should be an easy one. It's just comparing colors, and I think I've already mostly implemented something similar. It's also optional. Reactive value. That's just going to be an SDL color. Background sprite tint. Okay. Then when I go and I bind it in the reactive style CPP, I just need to check if it's passed in. If it's been passed in, I can just say background sprite tint is going to equal a new reactive value. And it's just going to be an SDL color. And we'll just bind it as a style property. Style background sprite tint. Let me actually go ahead and put this on its own line. L. Fallback. Okay. Honestly, fallback can just be white. $255. Okay. And then in the actual UI element, CPP, let me see where I use background sprite tint. Okay. How did background sprite tint work in the UI style? Because that looks like it should have a default. Let me see, backgrounds, oops, UI style, the HPP, get backgrounds. Yeah, so that defaults to white. So what I can do is I don't even need this. I don't need it to be optional. I can just have it always set. And that works out. Oops. Reactive styles, background sprite tint, boom. And then I need to go update the reactive styles header so that it's not an optional. Cool. All right, let me check. Is Clang eating my CPU? Yeah, it's eating my CPU. I'll wait for that to finish before I start a build, because then I'll have my language server eating my CPU, and I'll have the compile eating my CPU, and then I'll have no more CPU for myself, and I don't like that. I want to have some CPU for myself. I enjoy having CPU. Okay, Clang finished. Let's start a build. This shouldn't be a super slow build, because I only changed one style property, so it should be pretty quick. I don't think a lot of places use background sprite tint. While that's building, we actually find where I'm setting background sprite tint. Background sprite tint equals, yeah, see, only a handful of spots. In the splash scene, and then that's based off of the audio state. Again, I need to get the UI model here, and then use the UI model here. Settings, UI model, and if it's audio, mute all. Boom. Okay. Where else? Background sprite tint equals, I took care of the splash scene one. There's this one here. This is also based off of the mute setting. So we'll pull in the UI model here. And then settings, UI model, audio mute all. Boom. Problem solved. Let's see, background sprite tint equals, where else? We did that one. Lander style sheet has it. But Lander style sheet, it's actually not dynamic. It's just based off of the current theme. So we're good there. Inventory UI, that one might be a little bit complicated. Let me see. Available. What is that? Available. Highlight color. Available. That's just, oh, it's just checking if the cell is available. Cell availability in the inventory won't change, like, on its own. So I think it's fine. I don't think that this needs to like rely on anything reactive. And it's not even reactive right now. It's literally just being set to one color or the other. So I think we're good. I don't think we need to do anything there. Okay, what else? Background, sprite, tint equals shared style sheet. That's just set to a specific color. Okay, I got those, and then lander style sheet. That's just hard coded. That's the one that I just looked at. That's hard coded. Socket. Yeah, that's also hard coded. Based off of style overrides. These are all hard coded basically, so they don't need to be reactive. That's hard coded. Okay, the only one that might be okay, even this. Okay, so all the background sprite tints are basically hard coded. Let me just run a quick build again. I don't think we have to worry about reactivity anywhere else. That was a bit too quick of a build. Did I forget to save? Yeah, I think I forgot to save. But then that means that I forgot to save the other one too. The stroller goat splash scene. Here I forgot to save that, so let me just rebuild that one more time too. Oh yeah. And then that should just change the background sprite tint depending on whether the mute button is, whether the audio is muted or not. So test that here. Looks like that's working 'cause it's changing from like that black to white, and then this is green to red, so that's good. Then I want to actually go and check out my flow for the inventory. I don't think I need to do anything, because like I said, most of that is hard-coded, but it's worth taking a look, because if it is broken, I can just fix that now. Okay. Pop open my legs. Pop open my legs. I'm saying a lot of questionable shit tonight. Okay. Click that. Cool. So far, so good, but I would actually need another pile somewhere. Was there one over here? Yeah. See if I can stack them, because there's the background color, the sprite should tint, I think, when I try to stack them. So these are good, and then if I put this here, does that tint it? Is that supposed to tint it? I think that's good. And then if I go here, yeah, I think we're good with these. Yeah. All right. Yeah, okay. That still looks like it works fine. Let me see if I can put these in here. Okay. Works fine. Can't stack these. Can't stack these. Yeah. Looking good so far. Do I have enough? Oh, I actually just put all my stuff into the lander. Let me grab that stuff back out so I can use that on the fabricator. I need one of these and one of these. Grab the blueprint. Use the fabricator. Fab select 0 to select that. Okay, that looks decent. And then if I try to put this on here, It lightens the whole thing. That's still good. That's still good. Okay. Fab begin. Yes, I want to begin fabricating. Okay. Oh, alright. We just gotta wait for the build. Or the build, Jesus. I see a terminal in the game and I'm like, oh, now it's building. Did I just introduce build times into my game? This is like developer simulator. Please, please tell me no. Please tell me no. No, when we have the mini games, it won't be noticeable, okay? It won't feel like you're just waiting for it to compile, okay? This is good, and yeah, that looks good. All right, background sprite tint implemented. Cool. Productive day. UI style. UI style HPP. Yeah. Now it's the background sprite rotation. Okay, makes sense. On brand. I think that. Let me see. Get background sprite rotation. Yeah, that defaults to 0. Okay. That would be good. What would be good? I don't remember what I was talking about. Are you saying it would be good if we had compile times in the game? It's actually not going to be optional because it's going to default to something. It's going to default to, and it's an integer? No, it's a float. Okay. Reactive value, float. You, yep. You want to watch a compiler run in the game? It's like watching paint dry. That doesn't seem too fun to me. But hey man, to each their own. Reactive value float. Backgrounds, right. Rotation. Okay. Now, in the reactive UI style CPP, that's always going to be here. Background, sprite. Rotation. Reactive value. Float. Bind style property. Style. Sprite rotation. Cool. And then it defaults to 0. Cool. Okay. Now I need to see in the UI element, where are we actually using? Is it just here? Is it just this one spot? Background sprite rotation. Let me see. Rotation. Okay. Just that one spot. Let me see. I think that there are some places where background sprite rotation should be reactive. I think like one of the only places that I actually use it, it's supposed to be reactive. The waypoint. I only use it in 2 places, really? Huh. I'm surprised. I really would have thought that I would use it in the lander, like, weight and balance distribution thing. I'm surprised I don't use it there. Okay. Ooh. I think what I will have to do... Damn. Okay. So here basically I'm like rebinding the background sprite rotation. Directional warning container. Yeah. Set Y. Yeah. what I need to do is I need a like generic function where because I have like rebind x, y, width, and height because those are kind of special. But I need a rebind unit property, or rather a rebind property function that I can just call on the reactive style. One that's not like rebind x. It needs to be just like rebind generically. So let me see. Reactive. How do I do it for the reactive value? I have rebind unit property. Rebinds. Okay, I have a rebind style property. And then that just takes in the property that I want rebound. So that's partially generic. I need to leave. Thanks for developing this. I'll keep waiting until the release on Steam. Awesome, man. Well, thanks for stopping by. It was good to see you. Have a great rest of your day, man. Okay, rebind style property. This is, yeah. So it'll take in the property that we want to rebind. Take in the element that we're rebinding on. Theoretic? No. When I do rebind x, I do x.rebind unit property. And then I've taken that new style. Well, okay, what are we really doing here though? Because this could be like a computed, right? The thing is, like, we'll be doing all this work over and over again. Because like we're computing the radians based off of the direction, and the direction comes from the screen entity position and stuff like that. So I wouldn't want to do all of that work, like converting the entity position to the screen position and then drawing a line and all of that. That was kind of what this was solving, is I was able to just modify the style directly in that one spot while solving just the x, or like while recalculating x. I feel like what I would need to do is like here, change this to reactive, get reactive styles. And then can I don't think I can even call rebind because this would need to be a const and it's not. Well, let's see. Like, how would the actual API for this work if I was to build this out? So it'd be like, I would want to be able to just say rebind, and then it's not like I have a bind x, bind y, and all that, but I don't really have a good way of. I could make a macro in the reactive style so that I could easily define like the rebinding functions, because really all it would need to do is like rebind that one, like it'll create a function called rebind and then the name of the property. I could do that. It's not super clean though. I don't know. I'll see how bad this gets, how often I do it. But I think, damn, I don't know. let's see, reactive UI style HPP. I think maybe I will just implement a rebind for each one of these. It'll be a little tedious, but it's not like I have infinite style properties, and being able to rebind them individually is like an API that I should support. So, okay, I'll just do that. Sure. Okay. So let's say, like for now, I'm gonna just start with rebind. What am I working on? Sprite rotation? Rebind sprite rotation. That'll take in a new style property. Right? Is that what I... Because I have this... Where is it? In the reactive value is where it is. It's reactive value, rebind, style property, yeah. And that takes in the actual style property. Yeah. So I need to take in a style property. Hmm. Style property float. And then it'll also need to take in the UI element as a pointer. Yeah, and then I think I can just implement this in the C++. So that'll be down here. So I'll say void Singularity reactive UI style. Rebind sprite rotation style property float. UI element L. And then sprite rotation. Yeah, background sprite rotation. So this needs to be rebind background sprite. Right, background sprite rotation, yeah. Dot rebind style property. Jesus. Yeah, rebind style property, and then I pass in the style prop. I didn't even call that. I didn't even give it a parameter name there. Style prop. And then I'll pass in the L that was passed into this. Feels weird though to just have like this essentially just like a forward declaration. Or not a forward declaration, like a wrapper function. I don't like it. But then my other alternative is to expose the style property or like the entire reactive UI style and then allow it to be changed for any error. I don't want to do that either. So I think this is good. Object oriented sucks. I don't love object oriented. I'll admit it. I prefer functional myself, but object oriented is usually the way to go for game programming. Games are just very stateful inherently, and functional programming sucks for like extremely stateful programs, especially if you need performance. Chikazu, hey Chikazu, how you doing, man? Am I using VS Code? No, I'm using NeoVim. This is NeoVim paired with tmux in my terminal. That's how I have like the terminal split and stuff like that. It's a pretty good setup. I enjoy it. I would definitely recommend it. Okay, rebind style property. Yeah, okay. Now I need to go actually back to the reactive UI style header. And this needs to be rebind background sprite rotation. Doesn't match. I just updated it. Is it just... Okay, there we go. What emoji even is that? Angry guy with a fist? It looks tiny on my screen. I can't tell what that is. Jikazu, what's your editor of choice, man? Okay, yeah, that looks good. I think what I can do here is I think I can do get reactive styles and then rebind ground sprite rotation. This sucks. I don't love this. That's my face when I see so many getters and setters. Yeah, I feel that. I don't love getters and setters. It's a necessary evil though, sometimes. Yeah, I can just take this and pass it in. Has type const. This argument to the member function has type const reactive UI style, but the function is not marked const. Is it because I'm... Oh, because I have const UI element. Right, that's my reference. The E here is a... How did I do that for the set Y? Did I mark that function as const on the UI element? Set Y? No, I didn't. Okay. So why don't you like it here? Is it because reactive UI style is const? Yeah, it's const here. It returns a const, so I can't do anything to it. I could make a separate flow here for when I want to update it, and that'll be very explicit. Do I want to do that? Because like if I in the general flow, I don't want reactive styles to be updated. But maybe if I guess, do I really care? Like if you get the reactive styles and you update them, the problem is I don't want you to be able to update the X, Y, width, and height directly. That has to go through the UI element. But the other reactive styles, I don't care if you update them directly on the reactive UI style element or that property. But if I was to, yeah, well, I guess what I could do is if I mark this const, then I basically say, hey, like, this isn't getting modified when this function is getting called. It's a little hacky, but it will give the exact effect that I want, where you can't call, if you have a reactive UI style and it's a const, and you call rebind, you won't be able to call rebind X on it directly. You'll have to go through the UI element. But then to call the rebind background sprite rotation, you'll be able to just do that. If I think of a better way to do it, a cleaner way, I'll change it. But I think this is fine for now, because this is constant as far as this struct cares, right? Like, as far as anything that might depend on this struct, like this function modifying something under the hood doesn't matter to an outside observer. So that's how I'm going to justify that for now. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we'll do. That'll take a second, I think. Too few arguments to function call. Oh, because it wants E passed in. Yeah, oopsies. There. So now that has E reference to the element. That should be good. Yeah. Now I need to see where else do I do background sprite rotation equals. Literally just this one other spot, and it follows basically the exact same flow. This looks wrong. This needs to call set y, kind of like how I had it in the other spot. Where was that? Hazard tracker? Let me open up hazard tracker over here on this side so that I have it as a reference. Set y, yeah. So I'll just do E set y, update the y position of the element, singularity unit. And this is in pixels, so we're good. We can keep it that way. Okay. I actually don't need this to be multiple lines. Then I can just take this intersection point stuff here, throw it in here. I don't think I even need this. Do I need to cast to an int here? Intersection position y is going to be... What is intersection position y going to be? Intersection position comes from... Oh, it's just up above. And that's going to be a point. And that's going to be a float. I don't think that'll matter. I think that was just... I was casting to an int before because it was expecting me to return an int, but I think this will implicitly cast to an int because this pixels... this pixels takes in a integer. Can I double check that? My LSP is... I think my LSP shit itself. It's not giving me any more. I can't shift K to like look at the function definition. That's fine. It's okay. Yeah, this looks correct. I might have to restart Neovium here in a second. Or I guess I could do LSP restart. See if that helps. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll probably just have to restart the Neovium. Okay. Get updatable styles. Now, yeah, this is exactly where I was just at. So then I just get the reactive styles instead. Get the reactive styles. Nitin, I think I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Let me know if I mispronounced it. Nitin says this is a game. What game is this? Yeah, this is a game. It's built in a custom engine. Right now, what you're looking at is just my stream setup. We're not looking at the game yet. This is just me writing code. But I'll show you the game in just a second. Let me... Here, I'll pop into the game right now for you. Run the game. I'm working on some UI stuff inside the game right now. But you see the blue screen area, that's the portion that's actually the game. But I set up the stream to kind of look similar to how the game does so that we'd be on brand, because all these streams are about working on the game. But basically the idea is that you are an astronaut and there's a narrative behind the story, but you're flying a lunar lander. You're plummeting towards the surface of the moon, and you need to survive the landing. But every time you land, what happens is your character, after a few minutes, will black out, and you'll spawn back up in the air, plummeting towards the surface of the moon again. And you'll need to land again. And from there, you're kind of just figuring out the story of like what's happening. Why do I keep blacking out and I keep falling towards the surface? Um, and yeah, it's physics based. This game was inspired by Atari's Lunar Lander. It's like an old arcade game, and I originally was just a clone of that game directly, but I ended up adding a bunch of new features and stuff like that. So once you land, you can hop out, walk on the surface. It's super rough. There's still a lot of stuff that needs to be done. But you walk on the surface. There's like terminals around the world. So like for example, there's a crafting system, right? And like if I want to craft something, I need to find a blueprint, right? I just picked up a blueprint there. I need to grab some materials. So like as things impact the surface, like when you're flying, there's like debris from the space station. There was a space station orbiting the moon, and your lander was attached to that space station. The space station explodes in the beginning of the story, and so like debris from the space station is falling towards the surface, right? And as you're falling in the lander, you're going to be dodging the debris, and trying not to die. But then when debris hits the ground, it might leave a little pile of scrap, and then that scrap you can collect. In this case, we got pretty lucky with what we got in that pile. And then we can go and we can actually use that to craft. So then this fabrication process, it uses materials, obviously, like any kind of crafting system. But I wanted to do a more like terminal style feel. So this terminal is directly connected to the fabricator here, so I can type commands. So like for example, I can type help just to see what commands are available in this terminal. I can type clear to clear out the terminal. And in this case, the fabricator itself has a command called fab, and I can do fab list to see what things I'm able to craft here. And this is just based off of like what blueprints I found so far. So I can do fab select 0 here, to select that improvised patch kit to build, and I'm going to build one of them. And then it's going to ask me to input the materials, so I can input the alloy in there and some sealant. And this is going to craft a hull patch kit. So like if I damaged my hull, I can fix my hull up, and regain some regain some health. So that'll just go and craft there. How much time did it take you to build this? I've been working on this game on and off for about a year now. I started in May of last year. And I worked on it like religiously, like very hard for the first 3 months. Like I was spending probably like 8 hours a day. And then after the first 3 months, I kind of got a little bit burnt out, so I like backed off. And I was working less on it. Um, but I never like fully stopped. Like the longest that I ever went without ever writing code for the game or doing something game related was maybe like a week or two. Um, and now I typically will do like maybe 3 hours a day ish. Um, but in terms of like hours, maybe I've spent definitely over 500 hours on it so far. Which game engine are you using? So this is actually a custom game engine that I put together, all written from scratch in C++. I use SDL3 for window management, just to like allow you to move the windows around and stuff like that. I also use SDL3 for the input management, to like receive the keystrokes and like mouse movement position and stuff like that. And then OpenGL is what I use for like my actual graphics rendering, but I built the graphics rendering pipeline myself, from scratch. And And yeah, all the physics is handwritten. Literally everything in the game is from scratch. That was kind of like the whole point of this game is like I went into this mostly wanting to see, okay, can I build an entire engine, an entire game completely from scratch, like starting with nothing, um, or at least as from scratch as I could. Um, so that's why I chose like Atari's Lunar Lander as like my original thing. It was just a clone, right? I was like, okay, well, like let me pick a game that's not too big, and just build that, you know. Um, and I wanted to build the engine and all the physics. So I did, and then once I was done with that, I was like, oh well, I'm having a lot of fun flying the lander, and I feel like there could be more of a game here, you know. And so then slowly I started, you know, doing all the art. I'm not an artist. I'm not an animator, but all the art is handmade in Asaprite. Um, and my goal is like eventually to have all like the audio and music also made by me. Um, the UI is made by me as well. What else? Oh, the writing, like for the story, the narrative is also written by me. So for me, this project is like literally just like how much can I do alone, you know? Um, yeah, that's kind of it. Well, yeah, and then you can get back into the lander. You can take back off if you want. And the lander has its own commands too. Like you can do op check, and then that'll check like the vehicle sensors. So like for example, you can see I have some damaged landing legs here. Um, they're at 35% integrity. That happens if you land hard or something like that. Um, and yeah, what else? I mean, there's other commands here. Like you can do, there's like a logging system, so I can do log list, and then I can view logs. Like let's say if I wanted to watch view log 11, and these would be like the way that these would be part of the way that you experience the story. You can find logs hidden throughout the world on different terminals that you can access, and as you find the terminals, you'll get access to those logs, and then the logs will be available back in your lander as well if you ever wanted to reread them or whatever, like you know. But yeah, that's the game. That's what I've been working on. Um, Still a long way to go, obviously, but it's been it's been fun. It's been a really huge learning experience. I don't think I need to cast this to a float here. I think I an extra parenthesis here. Yeah, it's an extra. Okay. I actually don't need to cast this to a float here either, I guess. It's left over from before. We try to get this on one line. I don't need this on multiple. And then same thing here. This doesn't need to get cast to an int because pixels will implicitly convert it to an int. So that's good. Okay, I think that's everywhere that I'm using background sprite rotation, where I'm setting it manually at least. Yeah. Cool. So what I can do is I can build this, and then I just need to check, after I build this, I need to check that the waypoint for the lander works correctly when the lander's off screen. As a matter of fact, now that I think about it, I don't even remember seeing the waypoint for the lander in a bit of a while. So the waypoint system might not even be working right now. That's definitely a possibility. Okay. I'm just waiting for this build. Okay, I messed something up. Get reactive style. No member named get. Oh, I think it's get react. Is it styles? Yeah, it's get reactive styles. I need to restart my NeoVim because my LSP is not being helpful. My LSP is like dead. I killed it. Killed my LSP. More errors. Let's see. Okay. Too few. Oh, it wants access to E. Yeah, I need to pass the element back in. That's kind of dumb, right? If I made this like a pass-through, if I just did like E rebind background sprite rotation, it could pass itself in. That would probably be like a better, more ergonomic, but then I'd have to have more getters or more setters, I guess. It's kind of annoying to have another set of setters just for that. Doing great, bro. Keep it up. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. It's always good to hear people like what I'm doing. Oh, okay. No viable conversion from double to float. So I guess I did need that cast there. This LSP not being here is killing me. So I'll wrap that, I guess. Then I have to wrap it over here as well. No, but yeah, if you find the game interesting, man, check it out on Steam. It's not ready to be played yet, obviously, but it definitely is there on Steam. Let me see. I think if you do !Steam into the chat, Nightbot should respond with a link that you could use if you have any interest. Let's see, is that going to give me any errors? Yes, it is. What don't you like about this? Waypoint. I didn't. Maybe I just did. I forget to save. Yeah, I think I forgot to save in the waypoint file because I did wrap that. Let's try that again. I'm so glad I redid. So like after my stream last night, I redid my build system so that I wouldn't have like ridiculous choppiness every time I run a build. And it's been so much smoother. It's a much better experience. I'm sure it's better for you guys too, because you don't have to watch me dropping to like 2 frames a second for 5 minutes. That's what happens when you allow CMake to use all of your cores. Okay. And I guess I needed that integer cast? No. Okay, I'm just missing a parenthesis here. Yeah. Okay, I did not need that cast. I was going to say that should be implicitly casting. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. I'm so like excited to finally be almost done with this like rewrite of my UI, because then I can start like adding cool features to the game. It had to happen now because like all of my next few features are UI heavy, and I would hate myself if I implemented them in the old UI system and then I had to rewrite everything anyway. So oh, another error. Background sprite rotation. Out of line. Does not match. Okay, did I just misspell that? Rebind background sprite rotation. Reactive UI style HPP. Rebind background sprite rotation. Oh, I think I know why. I think it's because I declared it as a const here. And then, yeah, it's not const qualified. Reactive UI style. Add a const on there. Okay. Oi. It's always nice to see a new error. Slowly work through the errors. Just another error. Okay. This member function has type. A function is not marked const. Where is this? This is in reactive. This is in here. background sprite rotation. I see, because rebind style property isn't marked const. Jesus. I don't want to mark this const. Now I feel like I'm basically forced to make a rebind, like a set of rebinds on my UI element to then be able to do this and not have it be const. Yeah, it sucks. Like I would prefer not to, but whatever. I'll just do it. It'll be cleaner. It'll let me have a cleaner API. So rebind. Where was this? Reactive UI style. Jesus. Reactive UI style. HPP. Yeah. Remove that. Yeah, if I think of a better way to do it, I'll update it later, I guess. But I think I do have to do it this way. UI element, HPP. Where's my rebind X? Is it set X? Set X. Yeah. So effectively I would have a bunch of setters. Okay. What I'll do, I want these all to be kind of batched together. So I'll take these and I'll put them here. And then these will just be all of my rebinds. Would set background sprite rotation. Yeah. Because, okay, in my UI element, CPP, set Y, takes in, yeah. Okay. Okay, so what I need set background sprite rotation to do is I needed to take in a style property. Float. New rotation. And then effectively in the CPP, I'll do the same thing that I'm doing in the set X and the rest of these. Void Singularity, UI element, set background sprite rotation, style property, float, new rotation. Okay. And then this has the benefit of I'll actually update the styles. So if I ever needed to reference the style afterwards, I could. New rotation. Okay, and then reactive styles, rebind, ground sprite rotation. New rotation and pass in this. Okay. Then here I would basically do set background sprite rotation. And then I don't need to pass that in anymore. Okay. And the other place that I had that in was hazard tracker. Yeah. Set background sprite rotation, and I don't need to pass in E anymore. Okay. I think that'll work. Let me go ahead and actually close my NeoVim now. Just restart it because I want my LSP to work. Where was I? I was in waypoint. That's CPP. HPP? Is it really an HPP? Oops. Okay. And then over here, I was in descent hazard dot CPP. No. Oh, it's hazard tracker dot CPP. Yeah. Where was that? Set sprite rotation here. Okay. So we're good there. What's the error in here? Variable has incomplete. How? This was fine literally a second ago. Camera. I feel like there's no way these errors are real. Let me try just to build. Let's see what happens. If it bombs out, then I guess they're real, but I didn't change anything with the imports in that file, so there's no reason that that shouldn't be working. We'll see, I guess. Oh, man. Fingers crossed, no compilation errors. Oh, man. So far, so good here. How's everybody doing tonight, chat? Everybody have a nice chill day? What did everybody eat for their most recent meal? Because now that I'm thinking about it, I haven't really eaten today. Not an actual meal. It's already 11. Or not 11, it's 10:20. Starving myself, I guess. I had a few, like, I think I had a cookie at one point. Chips Ahoy. But I don't think I actually ate. So if I pass out on stream, now you guys know why. Okay. So we need to check the waypoint. And we need to check the hazard tracker. Let's see. Scan. Well, here's what I'll do. Do not go gentle. And then scan upwards. And the rotation of these sprites here should be changing. Yeah, okay, those are changing. Beautiful. Very nice. Very nice. And then the only other thing I have to check is what's it called? The waypoint of the lander when you hop out. So we'll land, hop out, get the lander off the screen. Let's see. Oh no, the lander waypoint is like not on the screen at all. That's not good. Where's my waypoint? Oh, it's because my waypoint stuff is not even reactive. I don't know how I missed this, but like all the code in the X position here is not reactive. I get the entity. Huh. Which entity am I? Tracked entity. What the fuck am I doing here? Why do I have this inside my waypoint? What is tracked entity? Oh, okay. It's the entity that's being tracked. Duh. Because I forgot I made the waypoint system generic. But I made it generic, and then I think I hard-coded the... No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, the icon. Okay. Cool. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. The X position needs to find the entity position. Do I have... I need to find where... Am I even synchronizing the position of the entities with the UI bridge? Let me see. How am I doing it in my hazard tracker? I get the entity UI model by entity ID. So I should do the same thing here. I need the entity UI model, and tracked entity is, okay, that's an entity ID. Cool. So that'll work. And then yeah, if I don't have entity UI model, just return negative 9,000. That's fine. Am I missing an import? Yeah, UI model bridge. Let's import that. Am I missing another import? Generic entity. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Cool. Camera. I need to subscribe to the camera position as well. Which means that in here, when I get the camera, I need to get the UI model for it. Auto, camera, UI model, Singularity, pulse, UI model bridge, get or create camera UI model. And that'll give me the camera UI model. And then I want to track the position X. Oopsies. To reference the actual thing, camera UI model, position, is it not position? Yeah, position X, watch, position Y, watch, position, it's gonna be zoom, watch. So whenever any of those fields on the camera changes, this function will rerun, recalculate my stuff. And then I get the screen position, camera world to screen, camera position. Okay. Honestly, yeah, I don't need the position X stuff here. All I need is camera world to screen, and then I need to basically here where I do world to screen, I need to just pass in a point. Whoa, that's not what I meant to do. World to screen, boom. Okay, and then what I can do is here. The first point is going to be camera UI model position X. Second position, second dimension is going to be position Y. Okay, that's good. And then world to screen for entity position. Now I need to actually pass in the entity. That's going to be entity UI model. Same thing, I need to pass in entity UI model position X for the first dimension, entity UI model position Y for the second dimension. That should be good. And then we just get a line. I'll import just so that it shuts up. Okay, what don't you like? World to screen is ambiguous. I'll pass in a... Okay, camera... Let me see. Camera get position. What does that return? It returns a point. Okay. So what I'll return here is a singularity point. There. Now it's not ambiguous anymore. Singularity point. Boom. Both places. That's good. And then the line's good. Then it finds the intersection point. It takes in a reference to the parent. It takes in the line. It takes in the width. Okay. Should find an intersection point, but worst case scenario will give us negative 9,000. Then I cast this. Why do I do this? What do I use E for? Oh. Do I need to? Yeah, I do need to do that. Okay. Because it's a const. Those should be fine now. Yeah. Okay. No matching member for... Yeah, okay. I think these are... Unless I messed something else up, I think we're good. Yeah, alright, let's try building. I know it says I have errors, but I swear those are not, like, even actually errors. Like, I think that might just be the LSP tripping up on itself or something. So this file compiled fine before, and now it's erroring again. Or at least it's erroring in the editor. Yeah, look at that. It built fine. That's what I thought. Yeah, C++ LSPs can get so weird sometimes, so fucky. I don't like it. I've had like even people that I help like code. I have my wife's cousin. He's studying computer science, and like the LSP and VS Code is constantly like fucking him over and giving him false warnings or not giving him errors when there are problems. It's weird. Okay. Exit the lander. Oh, no. Still no waypoint. So that's not good. Where is that going? If it couldn't find the entity UI model the first time, it'll return negative 9,000. I think maybe that's the problem. Like if camera should be camera. I think that early return there is throwing everything off because then it can never subscribe to the things that it cares about. I don't think I want to do this here. Because if this early return runs, I will literally never hook into anything else. Get generic entity UI model. You know, to be fair, I don't even think that I don't think I'm actually ever populating the UI model for this. Let me see, EVA UI behavior. There should be sync UI models somewhere. Sync UI models. Yeah, look at that. I sync the EVA player model, I sync the camera model, but I never sync the lander. And the lander is what's being tracked here. So that's the problem. I don't need to store it. Why do I store it here, I wonder? Singularity pulse, UI model bridge. I'm gonna get or create. Oopsies, get or create. And we're gonna do lander UI model. Damn. No, see the thing is, I'm gonna look for a generic when I get it over here, I'm looking for a generic UI model. But then I would be tracking it as a non-generic here, and that get would never find it. Just feels weird. Can I? Because this gets by the model type. It'll literally look for things by that type. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I can what I could do is when I pass in the tracked entity, I could also pass in the type of UI model that's going to be used for this. But that almost feels like over specifying, you know? Whatever. I'll do a generic entity UI model. Where am I doing? I'm doing this in lander UI behavior as well. When I actually, it's the hazard tracker component, I think. Specifically, get or create. Yeah, I create a hazard UI model here. And I just pass in the entity ID. Let me see, when I call waypoint add in Yeah, waypoint. I mount the waypoint and I pass in. Should I just, maybe I just pass in the actual UI model here? Because here I'm passing in the ID of the entity that needs to be tracked by the waypoint. But like in this case, it's the lander. If I ever wanted to track another type of entity, the most flexible way to do this is with the IDs, for sure. Like with the actual entity ID. Just trying to think if there's any downside to just passing in the actual reference to the UI model, though. Or even like when I call, maybe waypoint needs to be templated. Maybe that's what it is. I can do like waypoint like mount, and then mount can take in the type of UI model to use. Something like lander UI model. And then yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. So I'll do that. Because I don't want to treat the lander waypoint here as like a generic type of um as a yeah, I don't want to treat the lander as a generic type, a generic model. Um that's not even the whole class, it just needs to be the mount. Pirate, hey man, how's it going? Surprise stream. Yeah, I had some time today. I figured let me just hop on and hang out a little bit, you know. Wasn't planning it, but it's always nice to chill. You know, I was gonna write the code anyway. This way, can interact with you guys a little bit. Okay. How's your day going, man? It's good to see you. Type name T here, so we'll take in the type name. Okay, and then the nice thing is, since we have T, we can then say here, instead of generic, it's gonna be T. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. That's clever. I'm a clever boy. Okay. Cool. Mount takes in the lander UI model template. Unknown type, lander UI model. Well, let's import lander UI model. There you go. Okay. And then we're back here. And then lander UI model. Standard shared pointer. Okay. Oh, STS. STF. STD. There we go. Okay. Getter, no matching function for getter create. No. Impossible. Oh, why did I call this lander UI model with capital? There you go. That's why. Okay. Then lander UI model sync from lander. Does the EVA UI behavior even have a reference to the lander? I don't think it does, but I can get it. Because the lander will exist. I need to double check. I feel like maybe it does have a reference to the lander. EVA UI behavior. Doesn't need a yeah, it just has a reference to the player. Doesn't need a reference to the lander. But do I lose anything? I can just look it up on the sync. Yeah, I'll look it up here. Singularity, entity manager, get first entity by type. lander. Yeah. And then I'll have a lander pointer. Boom. Oh, and that's guaranteed to exist, so I can just do value. Cool. Pirate says, it's been good. I was just about to go to sleep and saw the stream. Oh, nice, man. Thanks so much for stopping by. Like that's super kind of you. So I'm glad you're having a good day. Satyana Ryan, I hope I'm saying your name right, says, yo, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Hope you're having a great day. Just doing a little impromptu stream tonight. Unplanned. Pirate, I don't know if you were there yesterday when my like stream shit itself. I was running a build and then everything just like went super choppy and I lost control. But I fixed my build and that shouldn't happen again. So I have prevented the build system from using all of my CPU cores while I'm on stream so that I don't ever have that happen again. That was quite a funny little incident. Okay, now let's see. So once we land, if I did this right, we should actually see the waypoint for the lander. It's very possible I didn't do this right, and I'll get like a seg fault. I shouldn't have a seg fault. I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm just accessing things that are guaranteed to exist, as far as I know, you know? But we'll see. Okay, so there we go. We're landed. Let's hop out. So far, so good. And if I walk over to the edge, we do not have a waypoint. What the fuck? Why don't we have a waypoint? That's so weird. What the hell? I made the mistake of letting my AI model use all my CPU cores and RAMs. Took 30 seconds for the mouse to move. Yeah, dude. That's very relatable. That's literally exactly what happened to me yesterday. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even do get status. Okay? Like get status was taking like 5 minutes. It was that bad. So, never give full cores to anything. Okay. Why is it not finding the tracked entity? That's what I'm assuming is happening, because if it did find it, I would expect that the waypoint would be there. So here's what I'll do. I will, if it ever gets into this if statement, I'll log something out. I'll say entity not found for waypoint tracking. Yeah. I'm gonna try rebuilding that. Should be. I need to reformat the waypoint file because everything's inside the header right now, and anything that relies on waypoint is gonna have like a longer build if I change the header file, which right now I'm just changing some implementation details, so we don't need like all the header fan out from it, you know. Okay, so we knew this is not gonna work, but hopefully we'll see that see out, because then that'll give me something to work off of. If I don't see entity not found, I'll be confused. Do not go gentle. Scanning down. Okay. shit. No. I fat fingered it. Okay, there we go. Touchdown. All right. Let's hop out. Okay. All right, so immediately I'm seeing, you guys can't see this, but I'm seeing here, as soon as I popped out, it says entity not found for waypoint tracking. So it's not finding it. I'm wondering if it's something with my generic here. It's like maybe not finding the type based off the way I'm looking it up. Had so much fun. You streamed again tonight, eh? Awesome. Dobry večer. Jak sprawy? I'm doing good, man. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I had a good time last night, and I was just telling Pirate that I figured out my issues with my build system yesterday. So I will not be giving my compiler access to all my CPU cores anymore, and we won't be effectively running a stress test of the system anymore on stream. So that'll be nice. But yeah, no, I just had some extra time today. I figured I'd just hop on stream and hang out with you guys, shoot the shit, you know. I was gonna write the code for the game anyway, so at least this way we can chat, you know. How's your day going, Corbin? It's good to see you, man. Okay. Yeah, so the entity's not being found. I mean, UI model bridge, right? Like that's what we're using to find these models. And I have, this is getter create. So this is, it's a generic, right? And then it uses that to find the type ID. I wonder, I'm gonna see out here. Because I want to see what the type is that it's finding, the type index in the getter create, and I need to like line that up and see if it's the same thing as what it is when I pass in the lander UI type, because I have a feeling it might not be the same thing. I haven't really worked with this very often. Undeclared identify. Oh, I just need to put it here. Type ID, type. What does type index return? Good day. Played Mage the Ascension. Is that new? I don't think I've heard of that before. Mage the Ascension. Sounds. It's not a card game, right? Sounds like it could be a card game. It's a tabletop RPG. Okay. Well, look at me. I guess I know some stuff, apparently. That's really cool. How many players do you play that with? Is it kind of like is it like D&D where you can kind of just do like I think D&D you can play probably with just as few as 2 players. It's probably not too fun with just 2 players, just like one DM, GM, DM, right? Dungeon Master, and 1 player, but small group, 4 players and a GM, D&D-ish, yeah. Okay, that's cool. It's very cool. I used to play D&D with one of my coworkers from like the first job I ever worked with, and it was like such a good time. We would all like meet up at one of our buddies' place, just drink, play, shoot the shit. It was a really good time. I miss it. I don't have anybody to play D&D with now, unfortunately. Type ID. Do you also play D&D, or are you like maining Mage the Ascension now? Type ID. Okay, I need to figure out what type is in this context. It's a type index, I know that, but are we saying that there's no way to convert that to a string to output it? I just need to know, like, are these the same? Find type. Oh, yikes. That's scary. Singleton models. Singleton models. Where do I define that? Okay. Yeah, it's a STD type index. Can I convert this to a string? Can I just do toString? Is that a, no, it's not. Let me Google this. To the Google. C++ convert, what was it? Type index to string. Type index name. Okay. Yeah, that's good. That's what I want. Type index name. Do I just do name? No. Right. It's like that. Type index name. Right? Let me see. Type index name. I have a type index. Oh god. Demangle. Demangle. Why do I gotta do all that crap? Honestly, I legitimately just want the ID of the type. Like, I just want to compare the types. Yeah, I don't care to demangle it. Demangled name, free. I don't need all that crap. Okay, wait, so oh, it has a name function. Okay. So I can literally do type.name. There we go. Thank God. Thank fucking God. Okay. In UI, it's EVA UI behavior. When I have the concrete type before I mount, or like rather here, waypoint mount, what I want to do is lander UI model dot. No, I can't do that. Can't do that. I can do type ID, lander UI model, and then I can wrap that in a type index, and then I can do .name on that, and then I can say lander UI model type ID is okay, and then getting type ID. And then if I'll see that after the entity not found thing, and then I should be able to cross-reference them and see if they're the same type. I have a feeling it's gonna have a different type ID. If it doesn't, that's even weirder. That'll be really weird if it doesn't. Okay. It's going to be a bit of a longer build, I think, because I'm modifying UI model bridge. That's a header file, and it gets used in a lot of places. But who knows? We'll see. Maybe it won't be super long. Let me grab another bottle of water. Yeah, my lander, as you can see, is equipped with a water bottle holder, a little mini fridge filled with water bottles, Because if you're gonna go into orbit around the moon, you better bring some refreshments, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, while we're building this, did you try any faster linkers like LLD or Wild? I haven't. I'll be honest. I might have to at some point. The I don't even. Yeah, I guess it is the linking that takes a while, huh? I never really paid attention to that, but the building finishes pretty quickly, and then I get stuck on linking for a while. Um, Maybe I'll play around with it. It's a good idea. I just like for me, a lot of times I'll find the first thing that works and I'll just try to stick with it because like I hate having a broken build process. Like for me, it feels so painful. Um, but I guess like if you start adding up how much time is spent waiting, I'm sure any time that I invest in getting a better linker will pay dividends, you know? I'm always tool shopping, always almost to a fault. I I used to be like that, and like I have to restrict myself, you know, because I spend so much time doing it that I end up not being productive. This is why I like had to stop using Linux and switch to Mac. I love Linux, but I end up spending so much time customizing. Okay, do not go gentle. Um, Scan auto D. Yeah, like I still use iTerm too. Like I know everybody else is like on like Kitty or Ghosty or what's the other one? Fish term or whatever. There's also Wes term. And like I looked into them for a little while and I was like, man, like I want to try them, but like what am I really gonna get that I don't have in iTerm? I'm sure there's an answer to that. But I guess the question is it anything that I actually feel like I'm missing, you know? Okay. Um, okay. So let me see. I need to find lander. What was it again? It was like lander UI model type ID is what? That doesn't make sense. Did I output that many things? Lander UI. No, there's no way. Lander UI model. Lander UI model type. Nothing. No results. Did I forget to save here? Try rebuilding that. Yeah, no, I ended up today. I went through my whole build process and I split things up. So like I no longer copy over all my assets on every build. I no longer like generate the Mac icons on every build. I no longer build the level editor on every build. Like that was literally doubling my build time for every single build, you know? Um, because I rarely ever need to rebuild the level editor. Um, it was just like a convenience thing, you know? Because like when I do want the level editor, it's annoying to have to remember, hey, I need to go specifically build the level editor, you know? But it was getting to the point where it's affecting my day-to-day, like my day-to-day build speed, you know? On every single build, I'm paying a cost. It's just not worth it. And that dramatically improved my build times already, but there's still room for improvement. Okay. Now, there's definitely should be Okay, lander UI model type. Okay, there we go. Okay, game lander UI model E. Okay. And then where does there should be somewhere where it's like I couldn't find it. Couldn't find the type you were looking for. No, it's not in there. Was it? Okay, yeah, there. Now I need to find entity not found. So that was N4 game 13 lander UI model E, right? And that's right after. Huh? This is saying. So right after we try to get the. Oh, that's get or create. Wow, okay. I have this in the get or create, and I'm wondering, like, what the fuck? I need to put this in the get. Yeah, that's annoying. Whatever. Neela says, hello, I don't know coding. Oh, that's all right. You don't need to know coding. You can hang out. Are you trying to learn how to code? Or are you just interested in game development? Welcome to the stream, by the way. It's good to see you. Happy to have you around. I want to time one of these builds because I mean it is faster, for sure. Like I'm already seeing it. Like according to my activity monitor, it's already almost done, and it was. There you go. Look at that. Wow, I feel like a god. I can just tell when the build's gonna be done by looking at my activity monitor. Get on my level. Okay. Do not go gentle. Scan with our LiDAR. Okay. Boom. Okay. Exit the scanner. Hop out the lander. All right. So, wow. It doesn't find it. Like, it actually doesn't find it. Does the lander UI model get destroyed? That is so surprising. Does the... When the... When the lander UI behavior unmounts on exit, is it on exit? Unregistered pointer regions. Do I have a destructor for this though? Do I have a cleanup? Is that what it's called? Lander UI behavior HPP. Sync UI models. It should exist then because I sync from lander, but I don't think I ever destroyed the lander UI model. At least not for the lander specifically. But then like down here, lander UI model type ID is N4 game 13 lander UI model E. Okay. And then getting type ID N4. Does UI UI model bridge is a singleton. Okay. That's what I would expect. Let me see. Do I... Here, I want to see where remove is being called. Because maybe I'm removing it. That's for the lander UI behavior. Yeah, I never removed the lander UI model. So I'm surprised then that it doesn't exist in the UI behavior for the EVA. Why would that be? Because in the lander UI behavior, lander UI model gets created during sync UI models, and it should exist. Huh. Is it... When I call get, and I pass in a key, it'll go and it'll look at keyed models. Oh. That's why. Because the lander UI model, it's a singleton model. And I have that stored in a separate place, singleton models, right? And that's basically like, I don't need to pass in a key. I just pass in the model type, then boom, it's done. Now, what I could do is in this get on the keyed models, if it doesn't exist on the keyed models, what I could try to do, instead of immediately returning a null pointer, what I could try to do is I can say, hey, what if I just get without the key. See if it's if it exists on singleton models. Is that weird? Is that weird UX? Because if I'm passing in a specific key, I mean, in this case, I am passing in the key for the lander. It's just, it's kind of weird. Because then it's like, I'm passing in a key. It just so happens that that doesn't live inside the keyed models. It lives inside. Yeah. Okay. I can try that. And then this get is going to return a shared pointer, or it's going to return a null pointer. Yeah. I could do it only for the get flow, not the getter create. Because the getter create, I won't know if it needs to be a singleton or a like keyed model. But on the get flow, it doesn't matter because I'm not creating anything off of this fetch. I'm just saying, get it for me. Okay. Okay. So this might return singleton model. I'll just put the... I don't need a comment here. Okay. So... yeah, honestly, what I could do then is just return this get. because that'll return a null pointer if it's not in there. Boom. Nice and simple. This should work now. In some cases, we'll try to get a singleton model by key. If we're getting a singleton entity. By its entity ID. And we want to resolve it even though it won't be in the set of keyed models. Okay. The alternative, to be honest, is I could, when I create the Lander UI model, I could insert it into both the singleton and the keyed models. Is that cleaner? Because that's much more like intentional. This way I'm kind of just saying, hey, like you asked for a keyed model, but I found this other model with the same type, not by key. That could be problematic now that I think about it. Cause like imagine for some reason you are storing like multiple entities and you somehow had one as a singleton stored, but you were trying to get another one by key. You couldn't find that one by key, but then it did find the singleton one. Yeah, I don't want to have that. That would be like a weird edge case. I think I'll undo this. I'll have it return the null pointer. That's the more correct. Yeah, that's the more correct behavior. And then I just need to make sure that in EVA UI behavior, when I sync my UI models, sync UI models, that I go ahead and I create a generic UI model for the lander. I think that's what I want to do. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. So, Singularity pulse UI model bridge, and then I'll get or create lander UI model again. This time though, I'm gonna pass it in with a key, and it's gonna be the lander's ID. Yeah, lander's ID. And then same thing. I think I'll call this like keyed lander UI model. I think this is like literally the only place I'll ever have to do this. So it'd be a shame to update the whole like model bridge just for this one instance, and then it would make it more wrong, you know. Keyed layer UI model, lander UI model, my bad. Keyed lander UI model. It's gonna be that. And then keyed lander UI model sync from lander, same thing. We'll be synchronizing two UI models, but they're really light, so not too worried about it. Okay, just rebuild that. I think now it should work. I think now we'll actually be able to get the waypoint rendering correctly. Ah. Yeah. Because get or create. And then what I could do is, since I only need it for what do I wonder. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I'm thinking in the UI, in the EVA UI, why would I need the lander UI model? But I know I definitely do use it um for something. So, have you seen those weirdos who use the file extension mm for C++? What the fuck does mm even stand for? Mm. No, I haven't seen that. Thank God I have never seen that. To be fair though, I haven't ever used C++ like professionally, like for work. Um, all of my interaction with C++ is my own C++ code. And I'm sure you can tell by looking at it because I know my C++ doesn't look like other C++. My C++ is like, it's very, I format it more like JavaScript than anything else. I saw it long ago in a big code base. Oh, like, what kind of file even is a mm? Like, I gotta look this up. I gotta look this up. Mm file. What is that supposed to be? Objective C. Okay. The most common use case is building a bridge or a wrapper if you have a cross-platform C++ game engine. Okay, but you need to call native Apple APIs. All right, I feel like this is justified. I feel like that's justified. If you're just using an MM file just for the fuck of it, you're definitely a weirdo. But if you're doing like some sort of bridge thing, I can respect it. I can respect it. Yeah, Objective C. Objective C++. Don't give me nightmares. Okay? Objective C++. I don't want that to exist. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, I need to on exit, I need to go and remove that UI model, that generic UI model. Singularity UI model. Was it Pulse UI model bridge? I think it was Pulse UI model bridge. Remove. Lander UI model. And I can remove that output now. Lander UI model. Just gonna get that from there. I need the lander, pointers to the lander. Lander ID. There. That'll clean up after itself. Okay. Now that should build nicely. LOL. Yeah. I'm trying to think like what are some other cursed languages? Remember CoffeeScript? That was a cursed language. Fucking CoffeeScript, man. I haven't back in the Ruby days, that was big. CoffeeScript. What do you youngins know about that? Compiles directly into standard JavaScript. No punctuations. Semicolons optional, curly braces optional. That's already like a feature of JS, but I guess maybe I don't even remember. Was that not a native feature of JavaScript? There's no way that curly curly braces. No, that's weird. I could get behind not using semicolons. Like I'm down with that, you know? Not using curly braces and where you start going down that Python route, geez, no. No, thank you. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie. This is a little bit nice. This is reminding me of like Elixir a little bit. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. It's not as bad as I remember it being. I kind of like it. What am I doing? No, I can't. I can't like this. I can't. Okay, back to the code. Back to the regularly scheduled programming. All right. Let's see if we can land, get a waypoint. I really like Ruby syntax, so if it performed well, I'd probably use it. Oh man, dude, Ruby's syntax is amazing. Um, that was my first language. That was my baby. Um, it's not that bad for most things. It's terrible for games, obviously, but like the average thing that the average developer builds is really not that performance intensive. I feel like you can get away with Ruby for most things. Um, I think if you want if you want something more performance but still with Ruby syntax, you might really like Elixir if you haven't touched it before. Um, it's it's more performant than Ruby for sure. It's built right on top of Erlang, and you get a bunch of the nice Erlang stuff, you know, like all the concurrency guarantees and stuff like that. But uh, but it looks like Ruby, and it's functional. I really like functional programming languages. It's been a long time since I've used Elixir, like years. Um, but it's a good time. It's just everything that I've been building lately has been more like performance sensitive, so I haven't really had as much of an opportunity to build things that don't matter performance wise. Okay, cool. Look, we got our thank God we got the waypoint rendering now. I just need to make sure that the rotation is working correctly. Yeah. Okay. Why does it say 4 meters? That's definitely not 4 meters. Um, oh, right. I know why it says 4 meters is because this is still like the X thing is working. Um, but the text is not. Where's text? Waypoint L text right here. It's just getting the entity directly. I need to change that to use the entity UI model as well for the text. Entity UI model. What was your first language, Corbin? What did you start off with? Entity UI model. Okay. Camera position. Why do I care about the oh, okay. I care about the camera position because I need to know how far the camera is um from the thing that we're tracking to actually calculate the distance. Okay. Camera UI model. And then I will do camera UI model zoom.watch. Is that it? That looks correct. And then I need camera UI model dot position X. Okay, I need to reformat this. This looks horrendous right now. Okay. It's a little more readable. And then I'll just put each dimension of the vector on its own line. And then put the magnitude on its own line too. Okay, boom. Okay, that's cleaner. Okay, camera UI model, position Y. Okay. I think that's actually all I need. After render, unknown if necessary. That's all good. All right. Build again. Hi, kitty. Hey, Totoro. You a good kitty? You guys want to see Totoro? Come, Totoro. Come. Look at all the peoples. Oh, nope. What you doing, buddy? She's camera shy. She doesn't want to be seen. She doesn't want to be noticed. Did I fuck something up? Position X. Oh, yeah, I meant to use the pointer. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Oh, okay. I call her Tortellini. So whenever I call her, she'll respond to both Totoro and Tortellini. It's the best. Entity. Oh, yeah. Entity UI model is what it should be. And then position X like that. Position Y. Q. Am I missing anything else? No, I don't think so. Let's build. We do be building, bro. It's like so fucking hot in my apartment, but I hate having the AC on because it's so loud. Like, it's really loud. Like even when I'm watching TV, like I can't have the AC on because it's just, I have to put my TV at like almost maximum volume because of how loud the AC is. It's really obnoxious. And so I would literally rather be sitting here hot, balls sweaty, than hearing it. Okay. Scan downwards. I love watching the LiDAR go. Are you real or AI? I don't know. That's a very deep philosophical question to ask, man. Welcome to the stream, first of all. I don't know. I think I'm real, but like if I was AI and we were all AI, would we really know? You know, like, but if you're asking if I am real, like a real human, as far as I know, I'm a real human. I can put up, ask me how many fingers you want me to put up and I'll put them up. As if that's even a good test anymore, right? What was I even testing? Oh, the distance. Okay, cool. Yeah, distance is increasing as the camera moves. Good. Totoro, don't go back there. No, no, I'm about to get cat thermal throttled. Oh God. Totoro, don't do it. She's gonna go sit on my on my laptop. She's gonna thermal throttle me. Don't do this to me, Totoro. I want to learn programming for the game dev. I know basic syntax. What should I do next? Honestly, dude, do it. Build a game. If you know basic syntax and you know basic data structures, like don't focus on tutorials. Tutorials are nice, but the best way to learn is by doing. Like, just start building something. What I've taught a few people how to code. And people love games. That's like what people are usually interested in. And the first project that I always ask people to play around with, to try to build, is something like tic-tac-toe. It's really good. You can build it entirely in your terminal. You don't need to know any graphics programming to do it, and be forced to actually use data structures, and you'll be forced to take input from the user and like update the screen, and you're gonna have to worry about like an actual game loop. It's like probably the most basic game that you could make, um, that actually will still feel like a game. That'll actually feel playable. I would start there. That's what I would do for sure. But that's exciting, man. Learning how to code. It's a great feeling. Okay, cool. So that built. Thanks. Yeah, of course, man. Anytime. All right, I'm gonna commit this because I've gotten a good chunk of work done. Um, I don't want to lose it. Let's see, reactive style. I added background sprite rotation and background sprite tint. So I'll commit that with the commit message. Add background sprite rotation and tint as reactive style properties. And fix the waypoint system. That's what I did. I fixed the waypoint system. Okay. Cool. Good chunk of work today. Pretty productive. UI style HPP. I want to see what's the what is the jeez. What's the next property that I need to? Oh, the shader, the background sprite shader. That should be a really easy one. I don't think I ever. Oh, I do change shaders actually. Get background sprite shader. I don't change shaders? No, there's no way. I'm sure I do it. Background sprite shader equals. In the waypoint. In the waypoint, I changed the background sprite shader. Oh, that's for if I override. Okay. Yeah. I guess I don't ever change the background sprite shader. Cool. That's a freebie, to be honest. It's going to be such an easy one to implement. I think I literally just add it here. Now, what I actually need to do, though, is get background. Do I default to anything? Yeah, I default to base shader. Okay. So it doesn't need to be an optional reactive value string. Background sprite shader. Boom. And then I actually need to set up all of these rebinds too for the properties that I've already created. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. Whoa. Reactive UI style CPP. Boom. And then in here, background sprite shader. It's a reactive value. It's going to be a string. And it's going to bind the style property. Style.background sprite shader. Actually, let me put that on a new line. It's going to be passing an element. And the fallback is going to be base shader for the engine. Okay. That, I think, is pretty much it. Let me, in the UI element, I know I get the shader in here. Background sprite shader. Yeah. Reactive styles. Background sprite shader. Boom. Easy peasy. Very easy. I think I don't think I ever actually set the background sprite shader. I think I added it for something and then I never actually used it. Yeah, I copy it over, but I never actually set it anywhere. While I'm here, I can go create all of these other rebinds. So I want to do void rebind z index, taking a style property for that. It's going to be an int. Yeah. Style prop const UI element, taking that element as a reference. What else do I want to do? Rebind padding. I want to do rebind font size. Rebind background color. So wait, padding and font size were both integers. Background color is going to be SDL color. Rebind background sprite. That's going to be a sprite frame. Okay, do I have... Okay, I don't have rebind background sprite tint. Tint, that's going to be color. I've got the rotation. And now I just need shader. Cool. Then I have to actually go and implement those, but that should actually be really simple because they're almost like copy paste of each other. Okay, so the first one is rebind z index. That's going to be an int. Z index rebind style property. Is z index... Why? What's wrong with this? Because the index might be what might not have been set. If it wasn't set, what do I want to do? If not z index, I think I just want to actually call bind. I can just do this. And then return. Yeah. Otherwise, z-index.value rebind style property. So whenever it's like an optional one, I'm gonna have to do that, I guess. That's fine. Not a big deal. Okay. Rebind. What's the next one? Padding. Rebind padding. And then padding is also integer. Yeah. padding is non-optional, so boom, padding rebind style property. Trying to think if there's a good way for me to generify this. I don't want to. Like, I'm just, at this point, I'm going to be making a bunch of pass-throughs. For, like, the simple ones, at least. I'll get it working first, and then I'll think about optimization later. Okay, the next one is font size. Find font size. Font size is going to be an integer, so boom, just font size, rebind style property. And then the next one is background color, rebind background color. Now background color might be missing, like it might not have been set in the first place. So I have to check if not background color. Then, where do I actually bind the background color? Here. Otherwise, I can do background color.value, rebind style property, and then here it'll be just style prop. Oh, and I need to return here too, so we don't do both. Nice. Okay, and then I need to do same thing for background sprite. Here. Rebind background sprite. Right there. And that takes in a sprite frame. And if not background sprite, then set it. Bind style property. What is background sprite default to? Sprite frame just defaults to empty sprite frame. Okay. So I'll just here sprite frame empty. Boom. Oh, I still have this as a color. Sprite frame. Background sprite. Okay. Same thing for background sprite tint, but background sprite tint will never not be there. So I can just use the simple format of this. Sprite tint, background sprite tint. Yeah. And then that's going to be an SDL color. Perfect. Then next is, I already have background sprite rotation, and then shader. Easy peasy, man. And then shader is a string. Okay. All caught up. All caught up. All right. Just make sure that builds. It should build, but just in case, it's always good to check. I think after this build here, I'm probably gonna call it for the night. It's been like my longest stream, huh? It's just been getting progressively longer and longer. It's almost 4 hours at this point. Should I stick it out for 10 more minutes just to hit that 4 hour mark? Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll go for 10 more minutes just so I can hit the 4 hour mark. Little mini milestone over here, you know? Ba, 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 ba. Let's hope I don't get thermal throttled here. Kernel task is looking a little suspicious, I must say. I'm not looking how kernel task is looking in my activity monitor right now. It's creeping up a little bit. I have my cat. I wish I could show you guys. My cat is literally, she's sleeping on my laptop. She likes the warmth, but cats are so good at insulating heat. She's definitely not helping my thermal situation over here. I'll say that. I'll say that, man. Hi. Slowly chugging through this build here. Gonna need to start getting through some of these seg faults that I have. I'm looking through my bug tracker right now, and I have a bunch of little random seg faults that shouldn't be too hard to figure out. But let me see, like 1, 2, 2, 3, 3 seg faults. That's not that bad. Could be worse for sure. Okay, I think my build's almost done here. I'm seeing my CPU usage starting to drop. Oi. Come on, Mr. Build. I need to check out the other another linker. I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm not even waiting for the linker though. It's actually building. It's just because this is I touched the header file for reactive UI style, and that ends up forcing the UI element header file to rebuild, which forces anything that relies on UI element to rebuild, and it's like a whole cascading effect. You know. Yeah. But it's chugging along. Not like yesterday when my whole computer froze from building. I think after I finish all the UI rewrite stuff, which I'm so close. I mean, I have, let me see. Let me see how many more properties I have that I need to do. UI style HPP. So I just did background sprite shader. I'll do shader config. I know it looks like a lot, like the border color and border thickness and all that, but a lot of these are really simple. Like they're like not reactive, or they have not been used in a reactive way thus far. And so it won't be a lot of work to go through like the code base and having to find places where I assumed that the function would just rerun on every frame. So I think I probably have like less than a week honestly left of time that I need to spend porting over my regular style flow to my reactive style flow. And after that, I can get back to working on the features. And the last thing I was working on before I started this whole process was I was building out the flow for the lander service bay. Basically, the idea is I want to, it's for the crafting system in the game. When you craft certain items, you can use them right away, right? Like let's say you crafted a hull patch kit, right? Because your lander's hull is damaged and you want to repair it, you can craft that at a fabricator and use it pretty much right away. But for certain things, it's just not feasible for your character to do, right? Like imagine you craft a landing leg, right? And you need to attach that landing leg to your lander. That thing's heavy, you know? As an astronaut, realistically, are you going to be able to lift up the lander to attach a landing leg to it? You know, you wouldn't be able to do that. Um, so for certain things that you do to the lander, like repairs, upgrades, like if you're going to install new equipment onto the lander or something like that, um, what I'm envisioning is you have to land on a lander service deck, and it has like its own little launch pad or whatever. And you land there, and the lander service deck has like a crane that goes and like it picks up the lander and like lifts it up. As long as you land on the landing pad of the service deck, and then it pops up its own little UI for the service deck, and you use the service deck to do lander servicing facilities, right? So like that's where you would attach the landing leg, right? Or if you want to swap out your comms equipment or whatever, anything like that, you would do it through that. Um, and so that was the last thing I started working on before I did the UI rewrite. And then as I was going into it, I realized how UI heavy it was going to be, and I was like, I need to stop myself before I build out all the UI for this and then have to redo it anyway to make it more reactive. And I was like, this is just now is the time to do this. And I've been doing this UI reactivity rewrite thing for like, honestly, now I want to say like 2 months. And 2 months of like actual like committed time, because I've had points where I was kind of doing like sparsely working on the game, where I like would work on it for like an hour a day, an hour every other day, um, not put in as much time, you know. But like of like actual hard work, I would say like 2 months. Um, and yeah, it's gonna be nice to be done. That's all I'm gonna say. And it's gonna be nice, like the frame rate improvement alone off of this should be really satisfying, to be honest. Like, I don't want to say I'm expecting like to double my frame rate or anything like that, but it should be significant. Like my UI code was some of the slowest stuff that I had. So, because it was just re-rendering on every single frame. It was not, sorry, re-rendering obviously we're gonna re-render on every frame. It was recalculating every single style property on every single frame. So now it's like I'd say like a quarter of the way through of raw like properties that I've replaced. And I haven't really checked my performance increase yet in terms of frame rate. I'm gonna have to do that. Now here comes Totoro. Here comes Totoro. Hi Totoro. Hi kitty. Hi kitty. This is my mascot. Oh, come here, Totoro. Look at all. Look at my screen. Oh, wait, where are you going? Oh, she doesn't like being held. She's not a fan of it, but she likes chilling on my desk. She keeps me company here. She's a good kitty. Man, this build, I think this is the slowest build I've had all night. I didn't feel like I added that much stuff in this build specifically. I don't know why it's taking so long. But it is. There we go. We're finally linking. Thank God. Hell yeah. Okay. This should build. I haven't done anything crazy to where I wouldn't expect it to build. Hey, look at that. We hit 4 hours. I think this is the longest stream I've ever done in my life. Not that I've done a lot of streams, but even when I would stream games, I don't think I ever hit 4 hours. That's how much I like hanging out with you guys and writing code. I am getting 23 FPS in my game right now. What the actual fuck? I'm hoping it's just because my CPU usage right now is crazy. Kernel tasks not being nice to me. Kernel task is being very rude. Actually, it's OBS. Jesus, OBS is spiking to 300% CPU usage. 400% CPU usage. Holy shit. This is my punishment. OBS is like, oh, you hit 4 hours, dude? Get the fuck out of here, man. It's time for you to leave. 500% CPU usage off of OBS. My mind is blown. Okay, I think we're stabilizing a little bit. I think. Maybe? No. We're not. What's going on with OBS? Alright. Well, this was my goal. I wanted to get to 4 hours today, and I did. And now OBS is shitting itself. So I think we might have to start calling it here. Because it's not going to be maintainable for much longer. I really appreciate everybody stepping out today, hanging out with me, chatting with me. It was really good to see all you guys and chat, catch up, you know, all that good stuff. But I am going to call it a night. I normally don't stream on Fridays. Today was a nice little special extra stream. But I'll catch you guys all on Thursday. That's the next upcoming stream. Thursdays, 10 p.m. Eastern is when I stream. Anybody who's interested in Descent Horizon, who likes the game, who wants to learn more, I'll just type it into the chat now. But there's the Nightbot command for it, Steam. Go ahead and check it out. Give it a wish list if you're interested. And if anybody wants, we got a Discord server as well. It's at !Discord. Hop in there, come chat with us, keep the conversation going. But yeah, I'm gonna hop off for the night. But thank you so much, guys, for the time. And I'll see you next Thursday. Bye, everybody.